Just a wake-up call. Welcome everyone to the afternoon session, the second session of the 7-year-old World Champion Event Horse Championships here in Mondial du Lion. This is the 39th year here. Ça, c'était juste un petit coup de réveil. Voilà, bienvenue à la deuxième partie des championnats du monde des 7 ans de jeunes chevaux de concours complet, ici au 39e édition du Mondial du Lion d'Angers. Notre premier cheval en piste dans les 7 ans sera Zini, pour l'Italie, monté par Paolo Torlonia. Zini, c'est un MIPAAF, je vous dirai ça incessamment sous peu. C'est une jument par Cancan del Terriccio et Ficosa del Terriccio by Abdullah, appartenant à Kilpatrick T Limited. The next horse, the first horse of the 7-year-olds, the second part of the 7-year-olds in the ring will be number 736, Zini, for Italy, ridden by Paolo Torlonia. This is a MIPAAF, I'll explain that in a minute. So this mare is by Concon del Terriccio and Ficosa del Terriccio by Abdullah, belong to Kilpatrick T Limited. Paolo, this is his first participation here au Mondial, and he's participated in the European Championships of Avanches. Pour Paolo, c'est sa première fois ici. Par contre, il a participé au championnat d'Europe d'Avanches. So with regards to the breeding of the horse, MIPAAF is the Italian sport horse stud book. It's Ministero delle Politici Agricoli, Alimentari, Forestali, hence MIPAAF. Donc c'est un cheval de sport italien. Voilà. Just a quick look at the top 5 and the 7-year-olds for the moment. So in 5th place tied, we've got Arne Bergendan and Bronco 487 from Germany with Rebecca, Joanne Gerikin and Livia E.A. Old from Germany equally. They're both on 29.1. And 4th, we've got Caroline Harris riding Cooley Mostan for Great Britain on 28.9. À la 4e place.
Welcome back to Le Lion d'Angers as we look forward to the final afternoon of dressage. The remainder of the 3-star 7-year-old competitors coming forward to take their chances between the whiteboards. A warm welcome to our ground jury. At C, President of the ground jury for France, Emmanuel Ollier. At E, Richard Baldwin for Great Britain. And at M, Jill Sinclair from Australia. So half of the field still to come forward. 70 combinations representing 17 different nations in total. And the first of those to get us underway will be for Italy. Paolo Torlonia with Zini. Let's just remind ourselves of the leaderboard after yesterday, and it is Alexander Bragg and Masterclass who are the ones to beat at the moment. 26.0 ahead of last year's 6-year-old winners Thomas Carlyle Golden de Belliard, 28.3. Astier Nicolas Gravier de la Moulin, 28.7 in third. So that is the standard at the moment. Paolo comes forward with Zini, this 7-year-old mare, owned by Kilpatrick T Limited, by Cancan del Terriccio. Combination that actually were top 10 at Mill Street in the 2-star long format a little bit earlier on this year. And jumped clear cross country at Cornbury and Bergam in the 3-star competitions there. Paolo, based in Gloucestershire at Tom McEwen's Gatcombe Yard. To be a very nice square halt. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just a little bit crooked out of the rein back. And this 3-star test specifies 4 steps in the rein back as opposed to the 3 to 4 that the 2-star test asked for. And then the extended walk around the half 20-metre circle. The walk yesterday was very, very influential on the leaderboard. Very few people actually came out of the walk trending the same or better than they went into it. It's not the most straightforward thing to do. Paolo, who made his senior championship debut in Avanche at the European Championships back in 2021 with Bambino de Lilat. Just not quite getting the clear walk steps. Zinni just anticipating perhaps the canter strike off is going to come. Into the half pass to the right. And then this stretchy circle where it's actually rising trot. And you want the horse to really take the contact forwards, stretch downwards over their back, but keep the balance and the quality the trot work at the same time. Not quite square in the final halts, but very immobile. And Paolo, Torlonia and Zinni have got us underway here on day 2 of the 7-year-old class. Dressage coming forward throughout the afternoon. Plenty more big names to bring you in terms of big threats to the top of the leaderboard. We'd be looking at the likes of Stéphane Landois, Gainsbourg de Baudon, who are in this session. We've also got a little bit later on Lara Delida Kakamaya, who's in brilliant form this year, Christopher Cease and Benjamin Massey, and then in the last session, Gauguin de Busson, Nicolas Touzon, as well as Porrick McCarthy, MGH Zambayoni, the 2 ones to watch for me there. So, big question is, can Alex Bragg Masterclass hold on like Molly Summerlin did all day today? She led the dressage yesterday, was uncatchable today. And so 25.1 Molly's score going into the cross country in the 6-year-old division is the leader. Paolo, Torlonia and Zinni give us a total penalty score of 36.0, sees them in 26th place on the leaderboard.
Results from Paolo Torlonia, riding Zinni for Italy, judge at E 63.57, judge at C 63.57, judge at M 64.
Next to come forward, it is for Ireland, Georgie Goss. Georgie with Sligo just touch. Georgie who got married last winter, last summer, I think it would have been. Formerly, of course, Georgie Spence, welcomed her first child in March of this year and had a change of nationality to Ireland as well. Sligo Just Touch by Sligo Candy Boy, bred by Padraig Howley, over in Ireland. Touchdown, the sire of the Dam, owned by Molly Fisher and Lucy Fleming. Combination that top 20 at Hartbury in the 2-star long format there, and then clear cross country at Cornbury Park in the 3-star. I have a feeling this will actually be the first chance that Georgie has had to represent Ireland this weekend, so a big moment in her career as well. Irish flag on the numna. Quite consistent in the contact in the head carriage in that extended walk. So unfortunately, walk just going to prove quite expensive for Georgie. Just a little bit unbalanced into the downward transition, but picks up the canter nicely. Again, just not quite as direct a transition to walk. As Georgie would have perhaps liked. So much power. And just not quite able to harness it all together. Lovely expression on this horse's face. So coming up the final centre line, Georgie Goss and Sligo Just Touch. Get their final halt. And Georgie looks pretty pleased with that.
You're right, so the lovely test with Georgie.
And I think it will be pretty close to the horse's best test internationally, because that previous best was 32.2. And certainly their best test at the 3-star level. So far the rain is staying away in Le Lion d'Angers, fingers crossed. That continues to be the case. We finished yesterday with the most dreadful storm. The rain came down very, very quickly, very heavily, and didn't make conditions that straightforward. 32.3 into 19th, Georgie Goss and Sligo Just Touch.
Family story just tells you how much in the eventing world it's yeah, our blood
next to come forward,
family,
it is also for Ireland.
So Granny Jean's Unicorn,
Sarah Glynn, Granny Jean's Unicorn.
Here, Carrossery Ringwood in 2006.
Sarah,
so this
35 years of age. Been out to Le Lyon previously, but not for a good while actually. It was back in 2006, I think, so almost 20 years ago. Granny Jean's Unicorn.
So it's just a lovely family story and shows
was
you how much
by
in the world,
Jack of Diamonds.
Heartfelt people. Très jolie histoire, Granny Jean's Unicorn.
Out of Colossery Ringwood. Touchdown mare. This horse owned by Laura Glynn alongside Sarah Glynn. I'm hoping that there was actually a Granny Jean somewhere as well. Sarah had this horse at Lisgarven. Top 15, jumped a really nice double clear there. Was bred at Colossery Stud.
Results for Georgie Goss, who we just touched. Judge at E, 67.38. Judge at C, 67.38. Judge at M, 68.33. Giving them an average of 67.7. Total 32.3. And that's 19th place.
Brother Kieran, 5-star international event rider as well. Whole family steeped in equestrian history. Active walk, just almost feel like a little bit too active at times. Square halt, little bit resistant, well, more than a little bit resistant into the rein back, unfortunately, but did actually get it. Good extension of the frame. Want to keep the pole as the highest point in the extended walk. Granny Jean's Unicorn very much ready for the canter transition. Sarah actually took an individual bronze medal for the Irish pony team back at Nacarn Castle in 2003. So it wouldn't have been very old at all when she was here last time, 2006. Again, not the clearest of walk pattern shown in the middle of that simple change. Settling now back in the trot. Walk just unfortunately proving to be quite expensive for them. And a good square halt to finish. Marginally not square behind, but certainly pretty good. And Granny Jean's Unicorn very much looking ready to crack on with the jumping phases. Will be sub 40 in the first phase. Sarah Glynn Ireland having completed her test. We've got quite a few Irish combinations in this session actually. Most of the Irish team in the 7-year-old division coming forward today on the second day of dressage. But we have still Alyssa O'Neill, Danos Lola, Suzanne Hagan, Lockview Commander, Milridge, Athos, Ian Cassels, Sean Coleman, Kilroy, Frolic, Heidi Hamilton, The Sequel, and Drum O'Connell, Kobe, Claire Abbott. Plus Godfrey Gibbons at Milcham, Miami, all coming forward, as well as Corrin McCarthy in the final session as well. So feels like the majority of the Irish team drawn in the second half of the order.
Okay, results for our Irishman Georgie Goss and Sligo just touched.
Feeling actually we didn't see any of the Irish campaigners yesterday.
Sorry, that was Sarah Glynn.
So 39.9 into 36th place for Sarah Glynn, Granny Jean's Unicorn.
Judge at C's, 59.05, judge at 60.48, giving them an average of 60.08.
We look to the next combination, bidding to challenge the lead of Alexander Bragg and Masterclass, 26.0, remember the target, and it is Lucy Sugden. Lucy comes forward with Zori B.
Skeeter donne une moyenne de 60,08, un total de 39,9, c'est la 36e place du classement provisoire.
Zori B. One of a couple of horses that Lucy has been campaigning internationally this year. A horse she owns herself by Lumira, bred by Paul Barker. Combination was 6th at Frickley in the 3-star short there, just outside the top 20 at Cornbury Park as well. And it will be a first visit to Le Lion d'Angers for Lucy, who is just 23 years of age. And this horse actually won the Howden Way supported 7-year-old title Richmond Horse Trials a little bit earlier on this year. Been very competitive at a number of their outings in 2023, including second at Belsay in the long format 2-star there. That was the horse's last long format event, jumped clear on the final day. Usually consistent around the 31-32 marker. Good immobility in the halt. 4 steps back. Wouldn't have been the straightest rein back, but it's an 8 from President of our ground jury, Emmanuel Ollier, at C. Lovely pick up into canter, just lost a little bit of impulsion, but really nicely picked up that canter lead. She does a good job asking for the medium canter down the long side. Lovely direct canter to walk transition. Seven, 7.57. Well marked for that simple change. She's doing a really good job here, Lucy. It's a huge occasion for any young rider, for any rider to be honest, coming to Le Lion d'Angers. And again, a really nice simple change in the other direction also. Interesting to see what she can do with this final bit of trot work. Ebbs and flows a little bit differently this 3-star B test, because you start with some trot work, then you're very quickly into the canter, then the walk, or the walk, then the canter, beg your pardon. And then actually there's a good bit of trot work at the end as well. So often is the case that you finish the canter work and you're almost immediately straight up the centre line. Lovely final halt, and Lucy Sugden and Zoro B have finished their Le Lion d'Angers debut. Lucy looks pretty pleased with that, and so she should. She's going to be very close actually to the best ever international score that this horse has produced in the first phase. It was actually 30.9, and that was at the 2-star level at Belsae a little bit earlier on this year. See how her final marks come across, because actually could just sneak ahead of that here. Great example of a clear round in the dressage. 31.0. So not quite, but very close to it. Into 16th place. I think Lucy will be thrilled with that. So
he was European Young Rider
31.0, good enough for Lucy Sugden and Zoro B.
At the Young Rider Championships.
Just a couple of British riders left to go today. The likes of Max Warburton, Jack Pinkney, and Tim Cheffings. As next to come forward, it is for the home nation, for France. Stéphane Landois.
Vainqueur de Chatsworth cette année et vainqueur en 2020 et 2021 au Haras du Pin. Les résultats de Lucy Sugden pour la Grande-Bretagne montant aux Euro B, jugeant 69,52,
Stéphane, who is 29 years of age, came up through the pony and young rider ranks for France, took team gold, the young rider Europeans in Jardy back in 2013. Comes forward now with Gainsbourg de Bedon. Stéphane, of course, who won the Nations Cup at Chatsworth a little bit earlier on this year, was also part of the French team that took team bronze. He finished at top 10 individually with Chamon de Monceau at the European Championship senior team debut. Not a bad achievement the year before an Olympic Games in your home country either. This Cell Francais bred by My Lord Carthago, owned by Jean Coelho. 6th at Jardy in the 3-star short format there. On the podium, and Dressage and Parot in the 2-star a little bit earlier on this year. French national circuit, very good. So similar case to some of the British horses. They don't necessarily have huge international event exposure because there's a lot of national events for them to run at as well. Did a good job of just keeping the horse going there, because almost just came to a halt. Looks like a very nice square hole. See how the judges mark it. Didn't see the whole mark, but still trending around the 30 territory. 30.7. That's what the horse scored on his debut at the 3-star level. Slight resistance coming down into the downward transition, but otherwise the simple change was nice. That was better. Really settled into this test. Lovely stamp of a horse, and has picked up some nice marks. Just not quite anything enough to challenge the lead of Alex Bragg and Masterclass. Looks pretty pleased with that though. And Stéphane Landois, a name that I have absolutely no doubt we are going to be hearing a huge amount of in the future. Has completed his test against Bourg de Bidon. For France, we've still got a few French combinations left to come forward. Anne-Marie Choplin, Chantonic Doré, and then in that third session, really strong couple of French challengers. Benjamin Massey, Gaston AA, and Christopher Cis Goudmoussa definitely ones to look out for. So if you're just tuning in to Lilian Danger, a very warm welcome to you. 31.0 is the score for Stéphane Landois against Bourg de Bidon.
Okay,
And he will go just into 16th place on the leaderboard. The 1, 2, 3, as things stand at the moment: Alex Bragg Masterclass for owner Keith Lovelock, 26.0. Thomas Carlyle, Golden de Belliard, last year's 6-year-old winner, 28.3 in second. And Astier Nicolas Gravier de Limoulin in third, 28.7. Now, though, we go to Austria. Katrin Kodum has Rati and Renegade. Katrin, hugely experienced, has been competing at the very, very top level of the sport for a good number of years. Still just 36 years of age. Actually made her senior championship debut back in 2017, I think it was. Done 3 Europeans, a World Championships and Olympic Games in Tokyo as well.
The World Championships in Pratoni last year.
Now comes forward with Renegade, 7-year-old by Desiree. Was bred by Katrin herself out of a mare called Roseanne. And actually, Roseanne too was a horse that Katrin herself competed internationally up to the 2-star level. Was her Young Rider European Championship horse as well. So I'm sure extra special to be able to bring offspring here to Le Lion. And the fact that the Holt and the Rainback in the 3-star test just in off the track compared to right on the edge of the arena as it was in the 2-star a little bit earlier on, just adding to the level of difficulty. Horse looking really relaxed though. Meter circle. Right at the bottom end of the arena, all 3 judges would get a pretty good view of that. Simple change, a little bit better than the first one. So trending around the 37 territory at the moment, would be within 3 fences of our leader. This horse actually won the 3-star long format in Kappelsvaart earlier on this summer. Top 10 in Schweiganger as well. And Katrin Kodem-Hazrati and Austria finish their test here. That is the last of our Austrian combinations in this 7-year-old division. The only ones representing Austria in the lineup in this 7-year-old class. Katrin, one of their most well-known riders, Dia Siegel, her teammate, flying the Austrian flag in the 6-year-old division very, very strongly, in a very good top 15 finish after dressage at the moment. So, next we will turn our attentions to France. Camille Lejeune will be about to come down the centre line.
C'est la 4e participation de Camille Lejeune ici au mondial. Il a gagné Ranswood, Montelepratti, Le Pouget, Saint-Quentin et Saulieu. Results for Austrian fan Katrin Kodem-Hazrati and Renegade. Judge at E 63.57, judge at C 64.05. Judge at M 62.30.
So 36.7 for Katrin Kodem-Hazrati Renegade.
36.7. And that's 30
as next to come forwards will be Camille Lejeune. Camille, who is 36 years of age, has had some good results here at Les Lions in the past, was 5th back in 2020 with Dame de Courtardon. Represented France at a junior European Championships and a couple of young rider European Championships as well. Comes forward here with Gunpowder de Leo. And this is a horse that is actually by Ntobé de Us, Karen Florent Leguag's Olympic gold medal winning stallion from Rio. It's part of the French team that won gold there. Was bred by Pascal Leroy, who has been a huge part of French sport. Owns this horse still now. Combination jumped clear in all 3 of their international starts cross country. Finished 12th at Pompadour back in June. Certainly setting out with a very, very confident start. Some nice marks coming in. Very easy transition down into walk. Quite square, but a nice halt. 2, 3, 4 and a bit strides in the steps in the rein back. Unfortunately, that roamback just proving pretty costly to their trending score. Nice pick up into the canter. Just needs to keep the quality of the canter, the 3 beat. Hopefully that medium canter will have just helped slightly. Just almost, again, a horse just hesitated slightly in the walk steps, so almost came back too much. A little bit abrupt, that first downward transition. Just lost a little bit of balance, which you can see just come through there in the simple change scoring. Eight's coming back in for the trot work, which is where they started actually at the start of this test. Got a nice way of going, this horse. Lovely frame. Almost square, but just a little bit off behind. Otherwise, a very, very nice halt.
Thank you very much, Camille.
And to be fair, the only judge that would have probably seen that would have been Richard Baldwin at E, because he gets that side-on view as do we with the camera shot. Lejeune, Gunpowder, De Leo. Not to like from this young French horse. As I say, that stallion that helped France to the team gold in Rio. 31.8 sits just outside the top 20. But it is unbelievably tight actually, because if we're looking at the leaderboard, Alex Bragg on a score of 26.0 out in front. Second is 28.3, so within a pole or 10 seconds of second. Takes you down to 32.3. 32.3 at the moment is just outside the top 20. So second through to 21st, covered by one pole in the show jumping of 10 seconds of cross-country time penalties. That is unbelievably tough.
Les résultats de notre ami Camille Lejeune pour la France. Montant Gunpowder Léo, jugeant E 69,76, jugeant C 65,24, jugeant M 69,52, ce qui lui donne une moyenne de 68,17.
Now we turn our attentions to Italy and Riccardo Gandolfi.
Notre ami Riccardo Gandolfi, c'est sa deuxième participation ici au mondial. This is the second time for our Italian fan Riccardo Gandolfi here at the mondial.
25 years of age, has been here previously last year in the 6-year-old division with this very horse, Calypso del Sasso. The only horse he's competed internationally in his career. This horse by Contendro, the same sire as Fisher Chipmunk FRH of Michael Young's. Was bred by Bianchi Umberto. Combination finished clear cross country here 12 months ago. Just a few time penalties to add. Third in Palmanova in the 2-star long format back in September. Actually top 20 in Avanche in the 3-star, which backed up a top 10 finish in Arezzo as well. Riccardo Gandolfi. Two, three, four, 5 steps of rain back. Only meant to do 4 in this 3-star test. Lovely holds. Riccardo Gandolfi just coming towards the end of this canter work. In a moment we'll come into the simple change. And actually we've seen so many horses picking up a couple of trot strides just as they make that downward transition. He did a really good job there. Much more direct canter to walk. The walk in the second of the simple changes wasn't quite as clear, just a little bit tense. You want 3 to 5 steps of walk. But still, this little mare doing a really super job in this test. Scored this time 12 months ago, 30.9 in the 6-year-old division. Not going to be a million miles away from a very similar score this year. Just could have taken the contact a little bit forward there. Lengthened a little bit over the neck for the bigger mark. And not quite square into the final halt, but still a good test from Riccardo Gandolfi and Calypso del Sasso. 32.6 trending for a top 25 position as things stand at the moment.
Thank you very much for that lovely test, Riccardo Gandolfi, riding Calypso del Sasso for Italy. Next in the ring is an Irish horse, Danus Lola, ridden by Alicia O'Neill. Danus Lola is an Irish horse mare.
An 8, actually, from Emmanuel Ollier, president of our ground jury at sea, who would have seen the real straightness of that centre line. Wouldn't necessarily see the full picture of whether all legs were square. That's the job and the joy of having a judge on the side of the arena, Richard Baldwin at E. We just see there 32.3 into 22nd place for Riccardo Gandolfi and Calypso del Sasso. So just one more combination to go before the break. This 7-year-old division final day of dressage well and truly underway here. And it will be another of our Irish combinations. Alyssa O'Neill, Danos Lola will be coming forward next to go. Still, just a reminder that the one to beat is Alex Bragg and Masterclass 26.0. Yet to see anybody go close to Alex today. Thomas Carlyle, Golden de Belliard, last year's 6-year-old champion, currently sitting in second ahead of Astier Nicolas as well in third, who has an incredible Le Lion d'Angers record. So now the turn of Alyssa O'Neill. Danos Lola, the horse that she is bringing forwards. It's a horse she owns herself by Carrera VDL. And was actually a horse that she bought from the Goresbridge Go for Gold sale back in 2021. Had a young horse in the yard at the time, but was looking for a 5 rising 6-year-old to keep heading on up the levels. And they bought her unseen, always a real leap of faith. But I think it's safe to say it's turned out pretty well. Alyssa, brilliant producer of young horses. Actually juggles her riding alongside working for Equilume, the world leaders in developing performance lighting for horses, all about helping to increase well-being, performance, fertility as well. And this horse actually went very well at Lisgarven. Finished 8th in the 3-star there. Top 15 at Kililkey. Very much the jumping phases that this duo excel in. Quite get the 4 steps in the rein back. Alyssa just went to correct the halt slightly. Want to see in this extended walk the whole frame lengthen. Good over track. And again, almost just anticipated, unfortunately, just anticipated the canter transition and then picked up the wrong leg, the wrong canter lead. So that'll be an expensive walk and exit to the walk. This is always the case when there's a mistake in a test. You've got to just put it behind you, move on. It gets both of the right canter strike-offs on the simple changes and some nice marks coming in for the 10-metre circle as well. Just got a little bit tight in the contact. Resistance into the half pass to the right, but actually recovered really well. Really taking the contact forward. Loose over her back. And Alyssa O'Neill, Danos Lola have finished their test here in the Lion d'Angers, and Alyssa looks pretty pleased with that, so she should be as well. It's going to be close to one of the mare's best tests at the 3-star level. Previous best was 35.7, but it's been pretty consistent around that as well. So lots to look forward to for them in the jumping phases. The top of the leaderboard, though, remains largely unchanged after this first session of 7-year-olds this afternoon. Well, it remains very unchanged, I should say. Alex Bragg, Masterclass, 26.0, out in front of Thomas Khalil, Golden de Belliard, 28.3. Astier Nicolas Gravier de la Moulin, 28.7 in third at the moment. And in fact, not had anybody make their way into the top 10 from this afternoon. The first afternoon session, the highest placing was Lucy Sugden and Zori B, who moved into 16th on 31.0, equal also from this session with Stéphane Landois, Gainsbourg de Bedon. So that is how things are looking in terms of the overall leaderboard. Just see Alyssa O'Neill's score come in with Danos Lola. It looks like she will be at around 30th place on the leaderboard. So 35.3 for Alyssa O'Neill, Danos Lola. That puts them in 30th. So a short break now. We will be back with Meryl Blom-Holzman and Lautaro in just about 10 minutes' time. So do stay with us, and we will move on to this next session very, very shortly.
Jugeant M 66,90, qui redonne une moyenne de 64,68, un total de 35,3, et c'est la 30e place du classement provisoire. Allez vous promener un petit peu, étirez vos jambes, il y a des belles choses à acheter, à boire, à manger au village des exposants. Enjoy this little break, go and stretch your legs, there's some lovely things to try, buy, drink and eat in the trade stands, and we'll see you all back at 2:13. So, just some information. For 30 years, Datanote.com has been a privileged partner of the Mondial du Lion. Datanote.com designs and creates the official website, www.mondialdulion.com. Datanote.com sets up strong and fast Wi-Fi for the press, the organization, riders, exhibitors, also guaranteeing a seamless live streaming. Datanote.com live streams horse shows, thus ensuring real-time broadcasts for our partners. Datanote.com stores file footages. Find all the courses in videos since 2013 on www.captanote.com. Datanote.com also provides the Parc Départemental of Ville-Brunon IT facilities management all year round. Datanote.com, the essential multimedia partner for your events. Alors, des infos pour vous. Datanote.com conçoit et réalise le site internet officiel www.mondialdulion.com. Datanote.com met en place un Wi-Fi robuste et rapide pour la presse, l'organisation, les cavaliers et les exposants, garantissant également un live streaming sans interruption. Datanote.com réalise la captation en direct des épreuves, assurant ainsi une diffusion en temps réel pour nos partenaires. Datanote.com, c'est également une archive riche. Retrouvez tous les parcours et vidéos depuis 2013 sur www.captanote.com. Datanote.com, c'est également la gestion complète du site de l'île Briand tout au long de l'année. Datanote.com, le partenaire multimédia incontournable de vos événements. More exciting information. So at 4 p.m. today, you've got the in-hand presentation of the hopes of eventing, Les Espoirs du Complet, in the Le Pontet arena, which is up near the stables, just in front of the Rivals restaurant. Followed by that is the prize giving for that. Les Espoirs du Complet, the hopes of eventing. Si vous vous ennuyez, à 16h, il y a la présentation montée des Espoirs du Complet à la carrière Le Pontet, suivie de la remise de prix. Tomorrow, cross-country will be starting at 10 o'clock for the 6-year-olds, 1 o'clock for the 7-year-olds. Demain, la journée de cross, les 6 ans vont démarrer à 10h du matin, les 7 ans à 13h. Également, j'aimerais vous parler du fait que ça serait sympathique de télécharger l'app Horse Republic pour consulter toutes les informations sur le mondial du lion d'Angers en direct. Programme, animation, horaire, résultats et live streaming. Faites comme 134 000 cavaliers et téléchargez l'application mobile niveau 1 des sports équestres. Vous y trouverez toutes les infos sur le mondial du lion d'Angers en un clic. Pensez à donner un avis sur ce concours afin d'aider les organisateurs du mondial du lion d'Angers à s'améliorer ou tout simplement pour leur dire bravo. Le live streaming des épreuves à retrouver sur l'app Horse Republic. Download the official Horse Republic app and get live access to all the information about the Mondial du Lion d'Angers, the schedule, activities, timetable, results and live streaming. Like 134,000 riders, download the #1 mobile application for equestrian sports. You'll find all the information about the Mondial du Lion d'Angers in one click. Give your feedback on this competition to help the organisers of the Mondial du Lion d'Angers improve, or simply just to congratulate them and say, well done guys. The live streaming of this event is available on the official Horse Republic app. PSV Son. Prestataire du Mondial du Lion depuis plus de 30 ans, PSV Son met à disposition des organisateurs du Mondial du Lion, comme ses autres clients, tout son savoir-faire. Pour cela, grâce à son matériel de sonorisation Bose, PSV Son s'est créé une ambiance sonore propre à leur événement et selon leur goût et leurs attentes. Ce week-end, PSV Son sonorise la piste de dressage et le saut d'obstacle, le cross, le village, les box. Rien ne vous échappera au niveau du son et ce qui est dit par les speakers. Aïe aïe aïe, ça pourrait être entre PSV Photo. Cette année encore et fort de ses 40 ans d'expérience, PSV Photo est le photographe officiel du Mondial du Lion. Retrouvez ainsi vos photos au stand situé à côté du secrétariat sportif. De bons souvenirs de ce Mondial du Lion à garder en papier ou en numérique. Et PSV Photo, c'est plus de 40 ans d'archives. Donc n'hésitez pas à les contacter si les souvenirs remontent à la surface. PSV Sound and PSV Photo are very faithful here for with the competition. So PSV Sound has been here since at least 30 years. They're the ones responsible for the sound using Bose. So it's the sound you hear here in dressage, show jumping, around the cross country, in the trade stands and at the stables. PSV Photo, they've got 40 years, more than 40 years of experience. They're the official photographer of Mondial du Lion. You can find the photos on the stand next to the sport secretaries. Lovely memories of the Mondial du Lion. You can either keep them on paper or numerically. And they've got more than 40 years of archives, history. So you can find memories from the past and bring them to the surface. That's PSV Photo and PSV Sound. And last but not least, sport, style, breeding, culture, Grand Prix. It's the first monthly magazine dedicated to equestrian sports. Each month find the latest news, exclusive interviews with the top riders and never seen before reports, technical advice, tips of the trade in all the horse sports, and the latest fashion tendencies or trends and cultural trends. Grand Prix equally collects and saves all of your rounds, and you can find them on the platform grandprix.tv. Alors, dernier mais non pas le moins, sport, style, élevage, culture, Grand Prix. C'est le premier mensuel dédié aux sports équestres. Chaque mois, retrouvez les dernières actualités, des entretiens exclusifs avec les plus grands cavaliers, des reportages inédits, des conseils techniques dans toutes les disciplines et les dernières tendances mode et culturelles. Grand Prix collecte également tous vos parcours. Retrouvez-les sur la plateforme grandprix.tv. Just about to go on the ring from the Netherlands, Meryl Blom-Hulsman riding Lotero. This is a Holsteiner given by Lord Z, and Ulrich by Quintero belonging to the rider. Prochain entrée en piste, Meryl Blom-Hulsman montant Lotero. C'est le 11 Holsteiner par Lord Z et Ulrich par Quintero, partenaire de cavalier. C'est sa 15e participation ici. Elle a participé au championnat d'Europe Lumeden à Manche, Strasbourg et Blair Castle. Elle a participé aux Jeux équestres mondiaux de Caen et de Triomphe. Elle a participé aux Jeux olympiques de Tokyo et Rio de Janeiro. Elle a de nombreuses victoires en épreuve.
So welcome back to Le Lion d'Angers as Meryl Blom-Hulsman for the Netherlands that gets us back underway after that break with Lotero. Meryl, who has long been one of the leading members of the Dutch team, helped them to that historic Nations Cup victory in Stragom a little bit earlier on this year. 25.0 trending after that very impressive entry. Meryl comes forward with the 7-year-old by Lord Z, horse she owns herself. Merrill, who recently part of the Nations Cup team in Buccolo as well. Been to a whole host of European championships, major championships as well. Lautaro. Just popped his head up actually going into that rein back just when they'd halted. Merrill was very, very calm, just quietly got his attention back before going for the rein back. His combination was 5th in Stragom. In the young horse 3-star there. Lautaro, big horse. Very impressive in his way of going. Just a little bit abrupt, almost had those couple of trot steps. And when Merrill asked him to come back to the walk a little bit more, obviously almost just went into a halt and picked up the canter very nicely. Half pass to the right. Keeps the fluency, the rhythm, the regularity of the steps. We don't see the angle from our camera shot. We get a lovely side-on picture.
Thank you, Merrill Blom-Hulsman, for that lovely dressage test on Lautaro for the Netherlands. Vous avez raison d'applaudir cette belle reprise effectuée par Merrill Blom-Hulsman, montant Lautaro pour le Pays-Bas.
So Merrill Blom-Hulsman and Lautaro have finished their test. 31.4 trending, will go into the top 20, but not quite good enough to challenge the leader, Alex Bragg. A masterclass on that score of 26, which is proving pretty tricky to catch, it must be said. There'd be a couple coming forward a little bit later on as the afternoon progresses that would certainly be ones to look out for there. Lara Delida Kirkemeyer, Porrig McCarthy, MGH Zabayoni, and also Andy Heffernan, SSK Cape Cooley, as well as Nicolas Touzon, Gauguin de Boisson. The final session, certainly plenty of big names in there. 31.2 into 18th for Merrill Blom-Hulsman and Lautaro.
jugeant un 71,67.
Well, the weather's still holding. I said until I saw some umbrellas in the stands. The weather has held out all morning. It certainly doesn't look nearly as dramatic a rain as it was yesterday afternoon. And actually, a few of those later combinations really did get the worst of the weather, but actually behaved beautifully. And we saw a good few very smart scores coming forward. Now it is Carla Bruna and Je t'aime. Carla comes forward for Switzerland. "25 years of age." Again, came through the Pony Junior Young Rider ranks for Switzerland. Je t'aime by Je t'aime Flamenco. Billy Toomey's wonderful show jumping sire. Combination were top 10 in Avanche, finished 7th in the 3-star there. 6th in Pretoni in the 3-star a little bit earlier on this year as well. And come here having finished on their dressage score in Linière in the 2-star as part of their final preparation for this trip to Le Lion d'Angers. Carla's first visit to Le Lion, I think. Just not quite immobile, just move that hind leg forward, which unfortunately stopped the halt being very square. Moment when you come back from the extended walk, and Carla was just very diplomatic in how much she picked up her reins. Just didn't ask for too much too soon in the collection, because they anticipate that canter transition. Unfortunately, just disunited at the end of that medium canter. Did actually change back correctly, but unfortunately will rather rue the rest of the score, because 4s across the board for it. And did the same actually going into the simple change. Just got a little bit muddled behind, lost a bit of balance. It's a big atmosphere for these young horses, particularly those that haven't really competed in an atmosphere like it before. Rain starting to come down in Le Lion d'Angers once again. Here comes up the final centre line, Carla Bruna and Je t'aime. Nice final halt to see out the end of her test. So next of our combinations from Switzerland have completed. 17 different nations represented in this 7-year-old Breeding World Championships.
For Switzerland, next horse in the ring for Spain will be Pantera Pomes, ridden by
21 in the 6-year-olds a little bit earlier on that we saw today and yesterday.
I'll tell you that in a minute. Gelding by Best Before Midnight and Masha by Macho 43.60 belong to the rider. Prochain cheval à entrer en piste pour l'Espagne, c'est un hongre qui s'appelle Pantera Pomes, monté par Albert Hermoso Faras. C'est un CDE, je vous dirai ça dans un instant, par Best Before Midnight et Masha.
So next to come forwards, it will be Albert Hermoso Faras and Pantera Pomes.
Il est vainqueur de Oliva, Madrid, Barroca d'Alba et Mahara Honda. So this is
Spain.
Albert's 16th time here. He knows the place well and he likes coming back.
Wonderful to see so many different nations represented in these World Championships. Actually, while riders have to qualify to be eligible to compete here, they also have to be nominated by their national federation as well. So Carla Bruna at 39.7 into 43rd place with Je t'aime.
So that's what a CDE is. Association National of Criadores of Caballo, which means horse in Spanish.
So next to come forwards, it will be Pantera Pomes, horse that actually went well here in the 6-year-old class last year, finished in the top 25. Started on a score of 33.5 in the first phase. Had a number of 5th place finishes in Avanche, in Madrid, and Maya de Honda, all at the 3-star level. Albert, who has been to plenty of big championships in his time, and some 6 Europeans, 2 World Championships as well, and Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro also. Pantera Pomes. By Best Before Midnight. As for Macho Mare, owned by Albert himself. One, two, three, 3.5 steps back. Want the legs to move in diagonal pairs in the rein back. Now coming into the extended walk. And the difference with the extended walk to the free walk that we saw in the 2-star test a little bit earlier on. In the extended walk, you want the pole no lower than the wither, but you do want the whole of the frame to stretch and extend. You want to seek the bit forwards, which Pantera Pomez probably hasn't really done in that extended walk. And that's shown in the marks, whereas the free walk, you want the horse to take the rein forwards and down towards the knee, but be in front of the vertical. Just the level of difficulty as we go up the levels just changes. Nice simple change. Neat 10-meter circle as well. Almost picked up the wrong canter strike off, but corrected themselves quickly. Actually did a really good job. Beautifully turned out, this horse, as with all of the horses, to be fair, competing here this weekend. Huge credit must go to the entire teams behind them. The super grooms who work so tirelessly, particularly when conditions haven't been as straightforward, which they haven't in Le Lion this week. But also everybody at home who really helps to make it all come together. So Albert Hermoso Faris for Spain. And Pantera Pomez just finishing their test will go into a top 30 position. The top of the leaderboard remains untouched still. Alexander Bragg and Masterclass lead the way on 26.0.
Thank you very much for that lovely test to Albert.
Actually, British flags at the top of both of the leaderboards, because in the 6-year-old division, Molly Summerland and Mojo 25.1 are our leaders going into cross country, ahead of Izzy Taylor, Barrington Alice on 26.1, and Kitty King Cantango 26.4. So all three of the top 3 podium places in the 6-year-olds held by British riders. The 7-year-old division, it is Alex Bragg Masterclass who leads, but then 2 French flags, Thomas Carlyle, Golden de Belliard, 28.3, and Astier Nicolas Gravier de Le Moulin, 28.7. 34.2 the score into 30th for Albert Hermoso Faris, Pantera Pomez for Spain. So next to come forward in just a second will be for Ireland, Suzanne Hagen. Suzanne, who is 41 years of age, comes forward with Lockview Commander, bred by Judith Sossick, out of a Limerick mare called Lockview Lala by Cobra was the sire. Is owned by Suzanne herself. Combination that actually have had some really good international form. 6 internationals, never out of the top 10. In 4 of them, they've finished on their dressage score. And in the other, just a handful of time penalties and 1 rail to add. 4th in Lisgarvan in the 3-star as part of their preparation for this. Top 10 in Kililkey on their debut at the 3-star level as well. Have been as low as 27.4 at the 2-star level, best at 3-star 31.6. So Suzanne Hagan, Lockview Commander, next to come forward for Ireland. A little bit unsettled by something on a couple of occasions. Four steps in the rein back. Very nicely done. This gelding looking really relaxed. She picked up that canter transition nicely as well. Didn't have the biggest extended walk, so not picking up huge marks for it, but and slight resistance to the contact in that downward transition, but picked up the right canter lead very easily. Just getting a little bit tight through the body and losing the quality of the steps in the trot work. That half pass to the right. Want them to stay really regular. really taking the contact forwards, which is exactly what you want to see in that stretchy circle. So Suzanne Hagen, lock view commander, finished their test. Get some nice marks actually coming in for their final movements or so.
Thank you very much, Suzanne Hagen, for that
Our ground jury for the 7-year-old championship. Emmanuel Ollier at C for France. Richard Baldwin for Great Britain at E. He's on the long side, just in the camera shot there. And at M, Jill Sinclair for Australia.
The next horse in the ring for Great Britain is United 36. This is a Hanoverian gelding by
Suzanne Hagen leads the arena as we wait to see what her total score will be. Probably just sitting outside the top 30.
This is his second time here.
Next to come forwards will be Max Warburton and United 36. 35.0 for Suzanne Hagen.
63.57, judge at C. 64.76, judge at M. 66.67.
As Max Warburton is next to present. Max, who has actually been here to Le Lion once previously with this horse and actually finished 8th last year in the 6-year-old division. United 36, 7-year-olds by Uccello, owned by Michael Stenning, was bred by Heinrich Boehmke. This horse was very good here 12 months ago, just added 2 time penalties, or 2 seconds over the time I should say, in the show jumping, 0.8 of time penalty, to finish on 31.8. Stepped up to the 3-star level at Bergam earlier on this year and finished 17th there with a very good clear round cross country. Had some very good placings last season at the 2-star level. Max, very talented jockey, came up through the Pony Club levels. Now has a yard of his own. Really competitive rider, getting quite a name for himself and picking up a few different rides at the upper levels as well. Not quite square in the halt, which was a shame because it was a nice halt. Actually took the aids for the rein back very well. Accepted the contact. Well, this is as close as anyone that we've had to Alex Bragg coming out of the walk work. 28.6. What can Max Warburton do here? A 9 for the medium canter from Meryl Sherink at M. A couple of trot steps down into the simple change isn't going to pick him up the biggest mark there. we go, 5, 5.5 and 5 for that. You can just see the damage that does so quickly to the trending penalty score is massive. How can his second one improve? Better. It's not quite as direct out of the transition, but much better into it. Really nice finish to this test for Max Warburton and United 36. And I think he should get some nice marks for that final centre line as well. Probably not going to be close enough to catch Alex Bragg from here, but could just sneak ahead of the French duo of Astier Nicolas and Thomas Carlyle. Thomas Carlyle, remember, in second on a score of 28.3, depending on these final judges' marks for Max Warburton. Could just creep in front. Astier Nicolas 28.7, but Max Warburton, United 36, he'll be absolutely thrilled with this horse because that's going to be easily the best international test that this horse has ever done. So big moment to have done it. Max Warburton heads out of the big arena here in Le Lion d'Angers. Just wait for that final score to come in. So it comes in for harmony of athlete and horse, a confident partnership created by adhering to the scales of training. One would imagine he's going to see some 7.5s, maybe even an 8, which would be enough to see him go into second. But watch this space. Alex Bragg still the leader, 26.0 with Keith Lovelock's Masterclass. As that is going to be good enough. 28.1. Max Warburton and United 36 go into the silver medal position. 28.1. Push last year's 6-year-old champions Thomas Carlyle, Golden de Belliard down into third. And Astier Nicolas settles for fourth at the moment. So, first change we've really seen on the leaderboard today. And it comes courtesy of Max Warburton and United 36 going into second. Next will be the turn of Ian Cassels. Ian comes forward with Milridge Athos. Has been fifth here previously, actually, in this class with Rosconnell Alto 12 months ago, Ian. 29 years of age. Milridge Athos, Irish bred by Kieran Savage. Out of an Out of Touch mare called Out of Touch Blue Moon. Sire's Grand Gale, owned now by Jerry Leahy. Combination were fifth at Bergam with a very good double clear round back in July. Top 20 at Mill Street in the 3-star there as well, and had a couple of very good placings at the 2-star level. Been as low as 29.5 at 3-star. 29.5 at 3 star. 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 What can they do this weekend? Ian, really accomplished jockey. Works very, very hard, particularly in the first phase. Made his senior championship debut for Team Ireland this year at the Europeans. Shame not quite square behind. Just resisted the contact slightly in the rein back. Just dropping a few marks in the walk work like so many others. But well rewarded for that medium canter from Emmanuel Ollier, president of our ground jury. A little bit behind the vertical in the walk steps there. Now, in the first part of his test, Ian was getting some really nice marks for his trot work. And it is so unbelievably tight on the leaderboard, as we've said, that actually anything he can do here to just lose even a couple of points of a penalty make a massive difference in terms of leaderboard. So second in 28.1 is Max Warburton. We've just seen him. 32.1 is down in 24th place. So second through to 24th. That's 22 places on the leaderboard, covered by one rail in the show jumping, or 10 seconds cross country. Ian Cassels, Milridge Athos finished their test. Will be a top 20 score.
Thank you very much to Ian Cassels and Milridge Athos from Ireland.
And we head well into the afternoon sessions here in Le Lion d'Angers. We've got some 20 or so horses probably still to come forwards. Plenty of big names in there as well. Ones to look out for the home nation: Ben Massey, Christopher Cease and Nicholas Touzon. Horrick McCarthy, one certainly to watch for Ireland. Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer for Belgium. Big question is, can anyone overhaul Alex Braggs at 26.0? He's currently in the individual gold medal position out in front.
This is Sean's fourth time here.
Milridge Athos, 30.8 into 17th place for Ian Cassels. As next to come forwards, it will be another Irish rider. Sean Coleman comes forward this time. Sean, 31 years of age, runs a yard at home in Kilroe in Ireland.
and at 17th place. Les résultats de notre ami
completed up to the 5-star level. Actually won the 4-star long format at Ballindennis a few weeks ago with Hushabye Baby. Comes forward now with Kilroe Frolic, bred by Sean Barron by Cavalier Land. The dam sire is OBOS Quality, owned by Maurice Coleman. Was second at Ballindennis, this combination, last year in the long format 2-star. Finished on their dressage score of 26 there. Had a slightly slower start to 2023 because Sean welcomed a baby. So had her first child. Very quickly back in the saddle. And we're just outside the top 20 in Lisgarven. In the 3-star that qualified them to come here to Le Lion d'Angers. Dropping a little bit behind the vertical at times. It's just perhaps costing them a couple of marks. Very easily down into the walk. Four steps of rein back. Exactly what this test asks for. Just want to keep the pole a little bit higher in this extended walk. Wants to be no lower than the withers. Good to see more people turning out to watch. Certainly the weather yesterday didn't encourage too many spectators, but tomorrow's cross country, I have absolutely no doubt. There's always a huge, highly enthusiastic French crowd here in Le Lion d'Angers. I expect tomorrow to be absolutely no different. Again, just occasionally dropping behind the vertical. To go into that half pass to the left. You want the trot to just remain really regular. Keep the quality of the trot, uniform of the bend, crossing of the legs, which we don't really see from our angle, but the ground jury will get a much better shot at that. And this turn down the centre line, all about balance of the turn in a moment. First of all, this stretchy trot circle. I'm sure there is a much more proper title, but it works. To encourage the horse to stretch down through the neck, stretch over the back with a light contact. So Sian Coleman, Kilroe Frolic reached the end of their test, and Kilroe Frolic having a jolly good look round at everything that is going on at the same time, because there is a lot to look at for these young horses here. Some of those in this 7-year-old class that came here 12 months ago and the 6-year-olds will have at least been here and done it once before. Others still, this is the first time that they're exposed to anything like this level of atmosphere and event.
Next to go for France, Gin Tonic de Ori, ridden by Amory Chopin.
So Sian Coleman and Kilroe Frolic waiting for a score for them. They'll be within around 3 fences of our leaders, Alex Bragg and Masterclass on 26.0.
Results for Sian Coleman and Kilroe Frolic from Ireland. Judge at E 61.67, judge at C 60.95, judge at M 64.05.
37.8, the confirmed score for Sian Kilroe Frolic, and that sees them in 46th place at the moment. The highest placed of the Irish combinations would be Milridge Athos and Ian Cassells, who we've just seen. They went into 15th on 30.7. Next, we're going to welcome the next of our French riders.
So our next rider in the ring, Amory Chopin from France,
to come forward. Amory Chopin.
And he won in Saulieu.
And Gin Tonic Dory. This was owned by Amory and Aurélie Durand by Aurélien Dupuis. Amory represented France at the Junior Championships, Junior Europeans back in 2005 in Saumur. Would now be 36 years of age. Comes forward with Gin Tonic Dory, Sol Francais bred. Combination with 3rd at Marsbergen in the 2-star, 4th on their only 3-star appearance, which was at Pompadour back at the beginning of June, which picked them up a qualification result for this. Scored a 32.3 on their only previous 3-star test. Just almost had a conversation about where they were going to halt. Wasn't quite square when they got into that halt, but got the rein back. Good over track. And then Amory just quite diplomatic about how he picks up the reins to ask for this canter transition. and the horse responds really well. The transition into that medium canter is actually S. So you do start a little way down the long side and then ask for the medium canter transition. And you want to really show a clear transition as well, both into and out of. Just jogging slightly. So he goes to anticipate that pick up into canter out of the simple change. So at the final centre line, Amaury Chopin and Gin Tonic Dori actually gets a really nice final halt. So he's going to end up being around the mid-30 territory. Still got plenty of big French names to come forward in this 7-year-old division. Clara Lorzo, Ben Massey and Christopher Cease all in the next session of dressage. 2 sessions of dressage to bring you about halfway through the final day of this 7-year-old class here. The leader remains unchanged. 26.0, Alex Bragg and Masterclass, who've led from fairly early afternoon yesterday, actually. Still the ones to beat. Max Warburton, the only real addition to the top 10 today. United 36 went into second on a score of 28.1. So Thomas Carlyle, Golden de Belliard finish at the moment in the bronze medal position, but we've still got a little way to go. And the next rider to come forwards is going to be Sarah Clark for Australia. We'll come on to Sarah in just a second. Let's bring you a score for Gin Tonic Dori. 34.3 into 33rd on the leaderboard.
65.24, giving them an average of 65.71, a total of 34.3.
So, Sarah Clark, next to come forward with her own, with Colin, Jill and Linda Clark's Casalia S. It's a horse that was bred out in Australia by Casalco, out of a Jade Robbery mare. It's bred by Carod Smith. Carod Smythe, I should say. And actually was a horse that Sarah flew over to be able to compete in the UK this summer, but also very much with the aim and the dream of a potential tilt here at Le Lion d'Angers at the Young Horse World Championship. Sarah, who's home in Australia, her yard, her business, everything based out there, but actually she came over for last year's Defender Burley Horse Trials with her top ride, LV Baloo Jeans. And she enjoyed a very successful clear cross-country round at Burghley. Left the horse in the UK, went back home to Australia last winter to campaign other horses like this one. Went very well, and a few 2 stars over in Australia. Came back over for Badminton, but unfortunately Jeans wasn't able to compete. And that's when Sarah has worked unbelievably hard to be able to make her European dream work. And Cazalia S, the horse that she's brought over to be able to compete on European soil. Went very well for a top 20 at Wellington, just 4 seconds over the time cross country, and also clear cross country and jump clear show jumping actually at Aston Lewells in the 3-star there as well. So I think the horses are based with fellow Australian rider Bill Levitt, if I've got that correct at the moment. It's actually correct to a very nice square halt. Interestingly, the halts actually judged within the same mark as the rein back in this test. So they both come under the same mark. You don't get a separate mark for the halt and a separate mark for the rein back. Been a very, very consistent test from Sarah so far. Well, she hasn't always picked up the biggest marks. It's been very much a clear round. Been no major errors either. And that means so much in dressage. This half pass to the right actually incorporates the centre line as well, so you've got the straightness of the centre line to think about. And then that half pass over to the right, keeping the balance, maintaining the quality of your trot. showing us that the mare taking the contact loose over her back. And a very nice finish. Sarah Clark and Casalia S, I think, will be pretty pleased with that performance in the first phase. A Le Lion d'Angers debut for Sarah, and getting the dream underway will certainly be the horse's best test at the 3-star level.
Before the break is now, and we will resume at 3:26 p.m. with Heidi
Good
Hamilton,
performance done. And they're not going to challenge the very, very top of the leaderboard. So let's just remind ourselves of how that is looking at the moment. Alex Bragg and Keith Lovelock's Masterclass still out in front, 26.0. Max Warburton United 36 in second, 28.1. Thomas Carlyle, Golden de Belliard in third, 28.3. Astier Nicolas Gravier de la Moulin, 28.7 in fourth. And Caroline Harris, Cooley Mosstown in fifth, 28.9. So that is how the top 5 is shaping up at the moment. Still a little way to go, of course. 33.9 into 31st for Sarah Clark and Casalia S. But now we've got a short break. We will be back with Heidi Hamilton, the sequel, due into the arena at 15:26 local time, so around 10 minutes time. And the penultimate session of dressage will be coming your direction.
Jugeant C 65,24, jugeant M 66,90. Skiller donne une moyenne de 66,11, un total de 33,9 et c'est la 31e place du classement provisoire. Allez-y et tirez vos jambes, allez faire un tour dans le village des exposants. Il y a des belles choses à acheter, à boire, à manger. Ladies and gentlemen, go and stretch your legs in the trade stands. There's lovely things to be had, local products as well as products from all over the country and abroad. Great things to eat and drink. And see you back here at 3:26. Just a little wake-up call. Our next horse in the ring for Ireland will be the sequel ridden by Heidi Hamilton. This is a DSP, so I'll tell you what that is in a minute. Gelding by Contagos and Juanita by Assis, belonging to the rider. It's the full brother of a horse called J'adore Moi, which was ridden here by Sophie Lube as a 6 and 7-year-old, and the breeder Vicky's here. Prochain cheval entré en piste pour l'Irlande, c'est le sequel, monté par Heidi Hamilton.
Welcome back to Le Lion d'Angers, to the final quarter of the 7-year-old Young Horse World Championship Dressage phase. As next to come forward will be for Ireland, Heidi Hamilton, bidding to catch the leading score at the moment, 26.0. Heidi, 42 years of age. The sequel, the horse that she brings forward, by Conthagos. Actually Dutch bred by Hans von Schiene. Owned by Heidi herself. Just now got to keep her cool. You can see the clock counting down there. Still got 10 seconds to come in. Plenty of time, but just after a slight disruption to the sort of final preparation on the outside of the arena, absolutely made the right choice to turn another circle. This combination were double clear at Lisgarven in the 3-star. Sequel just having a little spook at that corner. And this medium trot can actually be either sitting or rising. Heidi electing to rise to the trot there. And just unfortunately you can see the tension creeping in. She's doing a very good job in trying to keep the sequel's mind on the task at hand. Just losing a little bit of quality of the trot and the regularity in that shoulder in. One, 2, 3, 4 steps. Sequel actually just looking to have taken a breath, just settle. Slightly into what is being asked of him. Not entirely seeking the contact forwards there, but did keep a lid on any tension. Disrupted in the contact. And just almost dropped out of canter there for a second, just broke back to trot for a moment. Sometimes it can really be the case that if there's a bit of tension, you feel like you can't necessarily put your leg on, but actually you really need your leg on. It's a real double-edged sword. Actually, just trying to seek the contact forwards. Has settled a little bit more in the latter part of the test, but very much still a bit of tension creeping in. Heidi's done a very good job to keep a lid on that and actually make sure that the sequel still had a pretty good experience in the arena as well, because that's really important, particularly with these young horses. You want them to come in and actually feel like they enjoy the experience as well. There's a huge amount to look at. You want them to keep their confidence. So while it might not be the test they were hoping for, still positives, and still very much going to have been the biggest atmosphere that this young horse will have seen.
Next to go for Great Britain will be Jack Pinkney, riding Carpo Vivendi, an Irish sport horse gelding by Ars Vivendi and Heather Cole.
So Heidi Hamilton and the sequel have finished their test. We'll get a score for them in just a moment. All of the Irish combinations actually in the 7-year-old class in today's half of the draw, so that's why we're seeing so many of them. We've got 2 British riders left to go. The first of those is about to come forward in just a second. But to score in for Heidi Hamilton, the sequel, of 40.2, so they go into 52nd place on the leaderboard.
Judge at E60, judge at C57.62, judge at M61.90, giving them an average of 59.84, total of 40.2, that's 52nd place. Les résultats de notre amie Heidi Hamilton par les Hollande montent le sequel, jugeant E60, jugeant C57,62, jugeant M61,90, qui redonne une moyenne de 59,84, un total de 40,2, c'est la 52e place du classement provisoire.
So Jack Pinkney next to come forward for Great Britain, comes on board Carpo Vivendi. Jack rides this 7-year-old by Ars Vivendi, owned by Sarah Brown. Jack, who's competed up to the 5-star level. Good to see him with a nice young horse here in Lilian Danger as well. First visit to Lilian for him. 31 years of age, Jack. Carpo Vivendi. Comes here off the back of a good top 20 finish at Cornbury Park in the 3-star. Also top 20 at Aston Le Walls a little bit earlier on this year as well. Jack did a good job there because the horse actually halted, then just offered up the rein back, at which Jack just corrected him for a second. They held the halt again and then went into the rein back. And as much as it is about obviously getting maximum marks, you also want to build good habits in these young horses as well. And while schooling in a test isn't what you want to do, it's also sometimes very beneficial to have picked up on something. Jack doing a really good job of this canter work. Very calm, very easy. Again, bringing that penalty score down slightly. Just a couple of trot steps into that simple change. You want to go to canter, to walk, and he's got in a bit of a pickle coming out. Unfortunately. But your simple change, you want to go directly from canter to walk without any trot steps. 3 to 5 steps of walk, and then you pick up the canter on the other lead, which is just where Jack ran into problems there. And just a little bit of movement in that final halt, which was a shame because actually he halted beautifully square and just stepped out of it. But Jack Pinkney, Carpo Vivendi finishing their test here in Le Lion d'Angers. So just the one British rider left to go. That would be Tim Cheffings on Creever Stables, If I Could I Would, in the final session of dressage. 70 combinations in total in the lineup for the FEI Breeding Young Horse World Championships here. Bringing you all of the coverage on Clip My Horse and on FEI.tv as well. Don't forget, you can tune in tomorrow to see all of the cross-country action. Pierre Michelet, the cross-country course designer. Pierre, of course, the designer of the 2016 Rio Olympic Games. 34.3 is the score, and that sees Jack in 34th place. But the first horse goes out on course tomorrow, cross-country at 10 o'clock local time. So we'll have all of the action for you, kicking off with the 6-year-old division before we turn our attentions to the 7-year-olds at around 1 o'clock local time. I think they head out on course. Next to come forward, it will be for France, Clara Loiseau. Clara, who's competed in a couple of Le Lion d'Angers previously, 31 years of age, will be bringing forward Galucci de Meo, Celle Francais, bred by Margot Fevier, sire of Eldorado de Us, out of a Cavalier Dam, owned by Thierry Lazo Peters. Just making their preparations to come forward. And as always, big thank you to our ground jury, to Emmanuel Ollier at C for France, E for Great Britain, Richard Baldwin, and at M, Jill Sinclair for Australia. Clara comes forward with this Celle Francais that has had a good top 10 finish in Veragam in the Young Horse 3-star. Also top 5 in Pompadour. Has been as low as 28.7 at the 3-star level. Really lovely start to this test from this combination. Lovely uphill frame, very soft way of going. Love the ears, one very much pointing forward, one flickering back and forth, listening to those signals coming down the reins. Just quite crooked in the rein back. Unfortunately, that's going to prove really expensive to their trending score as well. Just coming above the contact a little bit, particularly just resisting the aids coming back from that medium canter. But Clara, very quiet, elegant rider. Second of these 10-meter circles, right under the nose of the judges, so to speak. A little bit less abrupt into the second of those simple changes, but actually did just ask for the canter strike off and felt was going to get the wrong leg, but then actually did pick up the wrong leg. So an expensive mistake coming out there. Good regularity of the steps during that half pass to the right. Just could give a little bit more rein. Ask the horse to actually take the contact forward a bit more. So Clara Loiseau for France, Galucci de Mayo.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Lovely horse. Started off really picking up some very, very, very good marks, but unfortunately a few mistakes creeping in. And as we've seen, you know, there is so much to be said for that clear round in the dressage. Just consistently picking up good scores. A 7 from every judge for every movement is a score of 30. And actually, we haven't got all that many sub-30 scores in this 7-year-old class. There's about 12 of them. Only one of them has come today. That was Max Warburton, United 36 on 28.1, who lead the way at the moment. Who are second at the moment, behind Alex Bragg and Masterclass, who lead the way at the moment. 26.0, their lead has been untouched throughout the day so far. As next to come forwards, it will be a combination for the Netherlands. We'll just confirm a score for Clara for you in just a second. 36.0 into 40th with Gallucci de Mayor. So next to go will be Wilhelmina van der Goespetter, 51 years of age. Been to Le Lion a couple of times previously. Bought a horse called Fulco here through for the 6 and the 7-year-old class in 2016-2017.
97, a total of 36, putting them in 40th place.
Wilhelmina van der Goespetter now brings forward Lancelot by High Shutterfly. Horse she owns herself out of a Yunanim mare called Future Promise. Combination of 1 at the 2-star level previously. Been top 15 on a couple of occasions at 3-star, including at Varsveld and Langenhagen on their last 2 international starts. Highest place finisher in the 7-year-old division from the Netherlands was actually Merrill Blom, Radar Love, back in 2020. They finished 8th. Good immobility in the halt. So often we've seen the halts just sort of blend into the rein back. Didn't quite get the full 4 steps, I don't think, but that was a shame because a really clear immobile halt shown. They're actually under the same mark in the test. So movement 6 incorporates both the halt and the rein back. Working quite hard to get back at the end of that medium canter. Wilhelmina van der Goespetter. That 10-metre circle comes up very quickly at the end of it. Up the canter transition to the left very well. Another just not quite be as direct from canter into walk as the judges would perhaps like. Good regularity of the steps in the half pass to the right. A little bit more uphill at times in the frame. But really stretching down over the back. And comes back very nicely as well. Just losing a tiny bit of impulsion on that final centre line. It gets a good final halt. And Wilhelmina van der Goospetter for the Netherlands with Lancelot finish their test here.
Thank you very much for that lovely test.
She looks pretty pleased with that as well, it would be said. So we'll go into the top 30 on the leaderboard, but importantly, that's only a little over a fence behind the podium. That is how unbelievably tight that leaderboard is. There is absolutely no margin for error. So who do we still have coming up in this session? Well, 2 for Ireland, 1 for Belgium and 2 for France.
Number 758, an Irish sport horse called Drumna gelding.
Some 13 or so combinations left to do their dressage here in Le Lion d'Angers. The weather is so far holding up much better than the conclusion to yesterday, where it was a very, very wild and wet end to the competition. Those in the final session of dressage certainly, I don't think even waterproofs would have saved them.
Heads up, everyone. Anyone walking cross-country course, can you please stay off the track, so outside of the strings, and not walk where the horses will be galloping.
We've seen the worst of the bad weather. 32.9 for Wilhelmina van der Goospetter and Lancelot. That sees them in 29th place on the leaderboard at the moment. So, next to come forwards, it will be for Ireland. The Claire Abbott. Claire, who is brilliant at producing young horses. Actually had some really good results up the levels, been to 2 senior European championships. Has had a couple of really nice placings actually here with Julant, who would be her current top horse, who was at top 15 at the Europeans in Avance. What can she do here with Drumna Connell Kobe? Irish bred by Lawrence Patterson, by Road to Happiness, out of a King's Master mare called King's Jewel, owned still by Lawrence. And they come here having been 4th in Kililkey in the 3-star there, top 10 in a couple of long format 2-stars. In fact, they've done 3 long format 2-stars, they've been 4th, 7th and 7th. We often talk about just how good the Irish horse stud book is. Actually heads the WBFSH eventing rankings yet again for 2023. 24th time in 29 years of published results. A big thank you to Chris Ryan for that little snippet of gold, because it puts into context just exactly how good these Irish horses are. And if you're looking for your own little snippet of gold, then of course there's the Go for Gold sale in November coming up. There's the Monarch sale as well. Plenty of opportunities to be able to get a future star of your own. And it's great to be able to showcase so many of them here in Le Lion as well. Wasn't quite square in the halt, which didn't make the rein back that straightforward. And actually, Drumna Connell Kobe just not quite getting the 4 steps of rein back. Up the right canter lead, and actually first time we've seen an 8 for an extended walk in a little while as well. Drumna Connell Kobe has been It's only done 2 3-star tests, 31.8, 31.9. That's nothing if not consistent. In terms of the best Irish test that we've seen here at Le Lion d'Angers, Ian Cassell's Rosconnell also actually did a 22.5 this time last year in the 7-year-old division. Just taking a moment in that transition back. A little bit of tension from Conall Kobe. Not quite the cleanest of transitions. Claire, who many of you, I'm sure, will remember, had that wonderful partnership with Euro Prince. Had a great spin actually at Buccalo with Julant. Good to see that horse back to full fitness. Lovely final halt for John Conall Kobe and Claire Abbott. But Claire in a former life, I should say a former life, I'm pretty certain it was a former life. I think she's focusing on the eventing now, but also a maths teacher as well, juggled her eventing alongside her career in education. And a couple of 8s coming in for that final hole. So Claire Abbott from Conall Kobe will probably sneak just into around the top 25 here. Again, yet to see anybody come close to that leading score of 26.0.
Ce qui lui donne une moyenne de 67,14 et un total de 32,9. C'est la 29e place du classement provisoire.
The last British winner of the 7-year-old title here. Feeling would have been Laura Collett and Mr. Bass back in 2015. Come close since. Piggy March, Dasset Arthland took the individual silver last year. It was Laura Collett and Mr. Bass who topped the podium back in 2015 as Claire Abbott, Drumna Conall Kobe, 32.1 in 25th place. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here because still a long way to go. And of course, we've got all of the cross-country action to bring you tomorrow, 10 o'clock Central European time, the first horse that goes cross-country. So set your alarms wherever in the world you are with us and come and join us for what is going to be, I have no doubt, a very exciting cross-country day. Next to come forward, another rider for Ireland. The penultimate rider for Ireland, Godfrey Gibbons and Milcham Miami. Godfrey, just 19 years of age. First visit to Le Lion d'Angers, so wish him the very best of luck. This mare by Glasgow Vant Merrill's Nest, owned by Marie Dunn. Top 25 at Lisgarvan, with Good clear cross country in the 3-star there. 7th at Kililkey as well. Finished on their dressage score of 37 on that occasion. Just getting a little bit distracted in the contact. But actually did have some nice extension of the frame. And picks up the canter very nicely. Alex, transition into the medium canter comes at S, so you actually do start going down the long side. Godfrey did a really good job there of showing us how to do that movement, because you start down the long side and you make the transition over S, which just gives the horses a little bit more time after having picked up that canter, and also not asking them to do the medium canter for quite such a long period of time. Just needs to make sure keeps the forward impulsion through the half pass. See the difference in tempo during the half pass steps to after the half pass steps. So Godfrey Gibbons and Milcham Miami coming to the end of their test here. Not quite square behind, but a good halt to finish.
Well done to
First Le Lion d'Angers for Godfrey. One of the most incredible locations, particularly tomorrow when we get onto the cross country. I know we've said it before, we'll say it again, but that cross country absolutely is a work of art. Something really quite extraordinary. You can go and take a look at any of the pictures on Facebook, on the cross country app, or any of the places that they have been published. Go and do so, because they really are amazing. And you do think, how do people come up with these ideas? They'll be jumping violins, chess kits, castles, you name it. It's all out there tomorrow. A lot for these young horses to look at, as well as what will be a highly enthusiastic French crowd. Always a really, really busy day on cross country day.
Has participated in the World Equestrian Games of Lexington, Caen and Tryon. This is her 17th time here, and she has won at Slesdam, Arville, Jardy, Houghton Hall and Fellbach. C'est la 17e fois ici pour Lara de Lidekerk-Mayer. Elle a participé aux Jeux équestres mondiaux de Lexington, Caen et les Triomphes. Et elle est gagnante à Strasbourg, Arville, Jarling, Houghton Hall et Fellbach. Les résultats pour Godfrey Gibbons.
So 37.0 into 51st place for Godfrey Gibbons, Milcham, Miami. Next to come forward will be another ride for Lara de Lidekerk-Mayer. She actually had one horse yesterday in the 7-year-old division.
Giving them an average of 63.01, a total of
sits in 22nd with Quintus on a score of 31.5. Comes forward now with Colorado Darville, owned by Lager SBRL and 5-Star Eventers. Lara, 35 years of age. Bought this horse actually to Le Lion last year for the young horse 6-year-old division. Completed there, finished in 35th place. Colorado Darville by Diorado, as the name might suggest, actually out of Noonie Blue, the mare that Lara competed at the Young Rider European Championships. Was the horse that really first gave her big break, and she's had some incredible foals along the way as well, including Uni Darville, who was Lara's ride on the Nations Cup team for Belgium when they finished 3rd in Buccleuch a few weeks ago. Lara, who's won 10 internationals so far this year, equal with Caroline Pamuchka of the United States of America as to more than any other rider. She's been in incredible form. She's been exceedingly busy as well, one might add. Really nice Halton rein back. Be interested to see the score for that movement. This horse actually won the young horse 3-star Instragon a few weeks ago. Did a 27.6 in the first phase there. Second in Verigam as well. But had 2 wins at the start of the year also. So actually of Lara's 10 wins this year, this horse can account for 3 of them. Not a bad strike rate. Really nice, simple change, and actually 8s across the board for that 10-metre circle as well. This is going to be really pushing our leader, Alex Bragg. 26.0, remember, with Masterclass. Are 15 appearances here in Le Lion d'Angers in the last 15 years. That's across both the 6 and the 7-year-old division. Her best test is 28.2. She could be on track to beat that here. She could be on track to challenge our leader. 26.0, the score that she is aiming for. Lovely stretch from Colorado Darville there. It's all going to come down to these last couple of scores coming in. Lara Delida Kirkemeyer. Colorado Darville, has she done enough? It is going to be extremely close. She looks absolutely delighted with this horse, though. Completely thrilled, and what a difference to this time 12 months ago, where just nothing seemed to go right. This year, she is absolutely flying, full of so much confidence. It is all going to come down to the final mark-in for the harmony of athlete and horse. Alex Bragg on 26.0. She'll probably need an 8 or so in there to get down below 26, maybe 2 of them. But what a really smart test from this lovely young horse. Lara Delida Kirkemeyer. Colorado Darville is her best test at Le Lion d'Angers. That is definitely going to be the case. It's probably going to be one of the best tests we've seen from a Belgian rider at Le Lion as well. 26.0, she equals Alex Bragg, and they go jointly to the top of the leaderboard. 26.0, Lara Delida Kirkemeyer, Colorado Darville have gone to join Alex Bragg in that top spot. So, just to confirm, was actually the best test we've ever seen from a Belgian rider in the last 15 years at Le Lion d'Angers as well. Previous best, Vincent Martins and Iconic, 27.9. Lara Delida Kirkemeyer on fire in 2023. So, after that excitement, now we turn our attentions to one of the home favourites. Benjamin Massey will be next to come forward. And Massey, who is 38 years of age, has had some good results here at Le Lion d'Angers in the past. Was top 15 last year with Figaro Fonry in the 7-year-old class. Top 20 recently, Esprit de Boussac in Buccolo. And comes forward now with Guest Star AA. And another by Upsilon. Thomas Carlyle's wonderful stallion, who was on the podium twice here at Le Lion d'Angers, both as a 6-year-old and as a 7-year-old, out of a mare called Cassia de Ranville, who was by Chronos de Nabut, owned by Alain Real. 10th in Salo, in the 3-star there, as part of their preparation for this. Just one pole rolled in the show jumping to add to a dressage of 34.6. And completed Pompadour 3-star a little bit earlier on this year as well. Was actually on the podium at Pompadour last year in the young horse 2-star, which I think is the 6-year-old national championship class. So that was the class that was won by Gulliver Delone and Alexis Gury. Nice square halt. Actually really showing the immobility as well. So many times we've seen that halt sort of just blend in to the rein back. But Ben did a very good job of very clearly showing. Ben, who actually represented France at the Europeans a little bit earlier on this summer with Edition Fonroy. Senior team call-up. Just, I think, almost lost a little bit of balance coming into that simple change. Be interesting to see how the judges mark it. Yeah, 5, 5, 6 and 4. Nice to see more people gathering as the afternoon progresses. Actually, the horse really taking the contact, stretching down loose over his back. Over her back, I should say. So not quite square behind, but a good final halt for Ben Massey and Guest Star AA. Around the mid-30 territory. Our joint leaders now, remember, Lara de Liede Kirkemeyer, Cairado Darville for Belgium has joined Alex Bragg and Masterclass on a score of 26.0. The combination will most likely be separated tomorrow on the cross country. Would come down to whoever is closest to the optimum time. If, presuming, of course, they both jump clear. Watch this space there. Could be in for a very, very exciting weekend. So, well, we are in for a very exciting weekend regardless of what happens there, because we have got some of the best horses, the best young horses in the world, the best riders in the world as well. And things are definitely getting very interesting at the business end of the leaderboard in this 7-year-old class. 35.0, Benjamin Massey, Guest Star, go into 40th place as things stand at the moment. So, one more to go before the final break of the day, and it is another French rider, Christopher Sis and Goudmoussadier. Moussadier comes forward, having been top 25 in Arville, gone clear cross country there, was 12th in Bazoges and Paris as well, a little bit earlier on this summer. Salle-Francais bred by Frank Duval, by Canchuro. Damsaria's My Lord Carthago, owned by Hasina Boudiaf. Christopher Cease, of course, part of the French team who won a team bronze in Tokyo at the Olympic Games. Individually finished inside the top 10. Has been individually 4th at a European Championships as well. Quick nod to both members of the ground jury up at the top end of the arena. Sure he did so to Richard Baldwin on the way past at E also. A little bit of ringmanship. Ringcraftship. Whichever expression you feel sounds the most accurate. Some riders really go out of their way to be a bright and cheery hello. Nod to them as they're going past. Just making them sit up and take notice. All about the eye contact. Good Moussadia. Been as low as 30.6 at the 3-star level. Yet to break into the 20s internationally. Just tilting his head. Good Moussadia. The end of that shoulder rim. Beautifully square in front, off hind, just trailing slightly. Really nice transition down into walk, directly into walk as opposed to via a couple of trot steps. Up the final centre line, Christopher Cease. And not quite square in front. He's just popped his head up at the last minute in that hole, which was a shame. But still, good test from the French duo. We'll go into the top 40. It is so unbelievably close. We've said it a few times that actually that sort of period from 28 through to 34 is absolutely jam-packed. To put it into context for you, covering the top 10, you currently have just under a pole. A pole covers the top 14, but if you go from third, which is 28.1, to 32.1, which is 26, third through to 26, is 23 places, 10 seconds, and one pole in the show jumping. Go back again to 36.6. Takes you well outside the top 45. So third through to 45th, 46th is actually covered by 2 poles in the show jumping, 20 seconds cross country. It'll be very interesting to see how the going is tomorrow. On the cross country, a very, very good amount of rain fell on Wednesday. We had that huge storm yesterday afternoon as well. 34.4 for Christopher Cease, Good Moussardier. So they go into 39th place. Yeah, but we had a huge amount of rain in quite a short space of time yesterday with the storm late on. And the day before had been quite a lot of continuous rain. They haven't had a huge amount of rain at the venue for the last couple of months. So hopefully there is plenty to soak it up, but it'll be interesting to see how the ground holds up as the day progresses. Those with an early draw might be in the advantage. This is the leaderboard as things stands. Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer equal with Alex Bragg, with Cairado, Darville and Masterclass respectively on that score of 26.0. Max Warburton into third now, 28.1. A little bit further on, Harry Mead had some of the worst of the weather yesterday, but Amiro Island coped brilliantly to currently sit still inside the top 10 overnight. And just a little bit further on, Stéphane Landois, Lucy Sugden, both sneaking inside the top 20 as things stand. So, short break now. We will be back with Andy Heffernan, SSK Cape Cooley, as the first to go of this final group. 8 combinations left to come down the centre line. Big question is, can anyone overhaul the top spot? 26.0 still the target. We've got the likes of Nicholas Touzon, Porrig McCarthy in there as well. So watch this space. For now though, we will be back after this very short break.
Coming around the ring now, our next competitor is Andrew Heffernan from the Netherlands, riding SSK Cape Cooley. It's an Irish sport horse mare by Simba and Lady Wivole by Wivole Van Beek belong to the rider, and Paula Jane Nodal, Jill Shiv and Linda Willem. Prochain cavalier entré en piste pour le Pays-Bas, c'est Andrew Heffernan, montant SSK Cap Cooley. C'est un cheval de sport irlandais, enfin une jument de sport irlandaise, par Simba et Lady Wivole par Wivole Van Beek, appartenant au cavalier et à Paula Jane Nodal and Jill Shield and Linda Willem. C'est la 7e fois ici pour Andrew. Il a gagné Chatsworth, il a participé aux Jeux de Londres et des médailles de bronze par équipe aux Jeux équestres mondiaux de Caen. This is Andrew's 7th participation here at the Mondial. He won Chatsworth, he participated in the London Olympics, and he's got a team bronze medal at the World Equestrian Games of Caen in 2014.
C'est des ondes, c'est relatif. Non, les gens ils vont faire regarder, ça se passe devant.
C'est exactement ce qu'on s'est dit. Merci. Peut-être t'asseoir.
Welcome back to Le Lion d'Angers as Andy Heffernan, SSK Cape Cooley, get us back underway for this final session of dressage. And I think just having a small sat-nav error, forgot his 10-metre circle. So corrects himself this time. And then comes across for the simple change. Andy, who is the Dutch team chef de keep and coach as well, was part of the Dutch team who actually helped secure qualification as a team for the Olympic Games in Paris next summer at the European Championships. This is a horse that he owns alongside Paula J. Nordell, Jill Shea and Linda Willett. There by Simba, and he based at Somerford Park Farm at Cheshire in England. Also a very good cross-country course designer. Unfortunately, just broke, having come back to trot after the canter, and then broke back into canter, and Andy just having to take a moment to regroup before he can come into that half pass. Was really taking the contact, stretching down over her back in that circle. And just this final centre line. And Andy, I'm sure, might be feeling a little bit of what could have been without that error, of course, and without that fairly significant mistake at the end of the canter work, beginning of the final part of the trot work. As is always the case, it's always that bit different when you're in between those whiteboards.
This is a KWPN gelding by Corland
and still going to be a respectable starting score for them today. So the final Dutch rider has finished his test. We've still got one for Italy, one for Great Britain, France, Germany, the United States of America, Ireland and Belgium, all bidding to put in a competitive first phase score here. 26.0, the joint leaders Alex Bragg and Masterclass, and Lara de Liederkerke Maya and Kairado Darville. Actually the best test from a Belgian rider that we've seen here at Le Lion d'Angers in over 15 years from Lara de Liederkerke Maya.
For Martina Guerra, this is her first participation here on Mondial.
As next to come forwards, it is Martina Guerra.
Results for Andrew Heffernan from the Netherlands, riding SSK Cape Cooley, Judge Lee 67.14,
Italy rides Liperuso H, owned by Stefano Guerra.
65.95, total of 34.1, putting them in 36th. Les résultats de notre ami Andrew Heffernan du Pays-Bas, montant SSK Cape Cooley, jugeant E 67,14.
Martina, 20 years of age. Her first visit to Le Lion d'Angers. Actually represented Italy at a couple of pony European championships. Had a great pony called Olympic Lad. And Liperuso by Corland. In Doctro, the dam sire. Comes here having been 15th at Kapasvar earlier on this year in Hungary in the 3-star to qualify them for this competition. 4th in a 2-star long format in Italy earlier on this summer as well. So that makes that second shoulder in very difficult. Big horse this. Nice square hole. 2, 3, 4 steps of rein back. Emmanuel Ollier, the president of the ground jury at sea. That canter transition takes place right in front of that judge's box. A little bit unbalanced in that transition back to trot. But good regularity of steps in the half pass to the left. Just be a little bit more uphill here. So the final halt and centre line for Martina Guerrera on her Le Lion d'Angers debut. The last of our Italian riders coming forwards. In terms of the leaderboard, the highest placed Italian as things stand at the moment, Riccardo Gandolfi and Calypso del Sasso, 32.3 and 27th. Still some 5 combinations left to do their test here. As Martina Guerrera, her score comes in 35.1 into 44th place on the leaderboard at the moment.
Les résultats pour Martina Guerra pour l'Italie, montant l'épure sur H, jugeant E 65, jugeant C 63,81, jugeant M 65,95.
Next to come forward, Tim Cheffings, previous tables, if I could, I would. There's the horse that he rides, by Aristus, owned by Michael Munden.
65, judge at C 63.81, judge at M 65.95, giving them an average of 64.92, a total of 35.1, and that's 44th
owned by Michael Munden.
alone.
Tim, who celebrated his 40th birthday this year. Always been a very good producer of young horses, Tim. And great to be able to see him get this opportunity to compete at Le Lion d'Angers for the first time. Combination top 15 at Cornbury in the young horse 3-star there. And actually have been clear cross country in all 6 of the horse's international runs, including just outside the top 10 at Nunney a little bit earlier on this year. That first centre line, it incorporates entering at collected canter, plus the transition down to the collected trot all the way up to the centre line. It does not include tracking right. That comes in the next movement. which also incorporates the medium trot as well. Lovely square halt. She gets the rein back as well. Really stepped up to be square there. Two 6.5s and a 7.5. Remember, the halt mark also incorporates the rein back as well. Or you could say the rein back mark incorporates the halt mark as well. First of these simple changes. Like resistance, and then actually a couple of trot steps just as you went to pick up the canter. To transition out of the simple change, but again, just a couple of trot steps between the canter to the walk. Actually, Tim, just keeping Creever Stables, if I could, I would, up to his work around that corner. Just felt him drop behind the leg slightly. Really loose over the horse's back. Similar regularity of the steps as well. Took the contact forward. And Tim Cheffing's Creever Stables, if I could, I would. The last of the British combinations to finish their test in this 7-year-old class. Alex Bragg currently leads the way, joint with Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer, both on a score of 26.0.
Pour la France, monté par Nicolas Touzin. C'est un Hongre par Windows VH Costebel et No Comment par Shogun 2.
Currently sitting in the individual bronze medal position, United 36.28.1. Then the French duo of Thomas Carlyle and Astier Nicolas in 4th and 5th on the leaderboard at the moment.
And No Comments by Shogun 2 belong to SC Meza Sports. Nicolas is Olympic champion by Team Olympic champion in Athens
next to come forwards.
Team bronze medal at the Olympics of Tokyo in 2021. Double European champion.
It will be Nicolas Touzon, Gauguin Dubuisson.
He's had 6 victories here at Léon d'Angers and over 100 international victories. Les palmarès de Nicolas Touzin, asseyez-vous, il y en a quelques-unes. Il est champion olympique par équipe à Athènes, médaille de bronze par équipe aux Jeux Olympiques de Tokyo 2021.
He's a former European champion, the only French rider to have ever won badminton. He's actually been on the podium here at Lyon on 3 occasions. Actually, in the last 3 years, never yet won. Darbleu-Month, who took the individual bronze medal back in 2020, is the horse that he just won Buccolo on a few weeks ago. And then Fibonacci de Lassac was the individual silver medalist as a 6-year-old and the bronze medalist as a 7-year-old. So, Gohan Dubuisson, what can he do here?
Jugeant C 65,71, jugeant M 63,57.
Nicolas Touzon, who has been to plenty of major championships for Team France. Actually led the individual competition going into the show jumping, the second round of jumping in Athens 2004. That wonderful Galon de Soviet. Horse by Windows van het Kostersveld, self-Francais bred, top 25 at Jardy in the 3-star there. Been 13th at Bazouge and Palais as well. Best dressage score at the 3-star of 27.1. I mean, if he could recreate that here today, and he's certainly trending that way early on, that is going to be putting him right in the mix. Again, another to be coming out of the walk work, actually in exactly the right sort of territory. 8s across the board for the extended walk. Nicolas Touzon very much on track here to take over the lead of this 7-year-old World Championship class. So far, so very, very good for Nicolas Touzon. Sub 25 at the moment. And actually, that's getting even better with a 9 in for that 10-meter circle. The first combination we've had trending anywhere down near these scores within the test. One would imagine most of the really tricky movements should be behind him. So Nicolas Touzon is going to take over the top spot here. Gauguin de Busson, he punches the air with delight. You can tell he knows he's done enough. What a first phase from this horse. What a time to deliver a personal best at international level from this horse as well. Of course, the man on board absolutely brimming with confidence after a brilliant European Championships. He finished top 10 individually, but a brilliant Buccolo as well, where he finished on top of the podium with Diablo Month, and now bidding for his first La Lion d'Angers title. Gauguin de Busson. Doing everything right in that test.
Anne Zimmer, c'est sa 5e participation ici au mondial. Elle est vice-championne du monde avant en 2021.
I tell a lie, actually, because he has won this title here before. He actually won it on Hidalgo de Lille, his badminton winner. Look at that, 23.5. Nicolas Touzon, Gauguin de Busson is the one to beat. Well out in front, and a huge, huge result from the Frenchman. So, Alex Bragg and Lara de Liede-Kerkemeyer go back into joint individual silver. I was just saying Nicolas Touzon actually won with Hidalgo de Lille back in 2002. It would have been extraordinary. He won both the 6 and the 7-year-old class with Galland de Sauvière as well. Well, if this horse can turn out anything like those, he would be a very, very happy man. So, Nicolas Touzon now the one to beat, 23.5. The lead goes to France as we turn our attentions to Germany. Anna Sima and Pirate Smile. Anna, who has represented Germany at 2 senior European Championships with FRH Butts Avondale, would be 40 years of age. Comes forward with this 7-year-old Hanoverian bred by Cicero Zivan Paimel, spread by Matthias Baer. Heraldic on the dam sire, owned by Detlev Elgetti. Pirate Smile was 6th in Stragon in the Young Horse 3-star. Started that day with a 33.7 in the first phase. went to pick up the wrong canter lead. A little bit upset at the correction. Very quickly settles down into the medium canter. And just got a little bit confused behind there. Has changed and then changed back again and then changed back again. So very disunited. That really eats into that 10-meter circle score. I thought he had done it again for a second. Or she had done it again for a second. I think okay. Another to just come round that corner and break back into canter. Unfortunately happening again, really interrupting this half pass. So frustrating for them because it plummets that score. So Anasima and Pirate Smile, unfortunately a couple of pretty expensive mistakes in that test. Means they're not going to be challenging up with the leaders. 23.5, the score to beat now. Nicolas Tuzon, Gogin de Busson
from the United States of America. Chris Talley
is the one out in front. So just 3 combinations left to come forward. One for the US, one for Ireland, one for Belgium. As we head towards the end of dressage here in Le Lion d'Angers. The FEI Breeding Young Horse World Championships. Fantastic to see so many different nations represented. 21 nations represented across the 6-year-old division, 17 across this 7-year-old division.
And dedication.
As next to come forwards will be Chris Talley. Another ride for Chris. He had one yesterday as well. Chris Talley lines up this time with Gina, owned by Corwin Sport Horses, by Gentleman this mare. And actually this is the horse that won the US 5-year-old young horse title in 2021. And as part of that, there is a grant fund available. It's the Holcomb Turner grant, which is also supported by the Day2 Corporation, which just helps that travel cost across from the United States. 37.6 the score for Anasima and Pirate Smile. As we focus now on Chris Talley and Gina. Gina was actually was Hanoverian bred by Hartwig von Holten. was 12th at Tryon a little bit earlier on this year. Picked up a 3-star qualification there. Jumped double clear at Rebecca Farm in the 2-star long format last year also. One of 2 horses for Chris in this 7-year-old division. Just encouraging the horse to make sure he picks his nose out, doesn't drop behind the vertical. This time last year, it must be said that the US put in a really, really strong showing in the, particularly the 7-year-old division. And actually, at the 3-star level here in Le Lion d'Angers, so from that 7-year-old class, I think one of the best finishing scores, or a couple of the best finishing scores from a US rider in this class came all last year. One of those horses, HSH Blake, Caroline Pamuchka, is just about to head out to Chile to represent the US in the Pan American Games. Chris Talley, who runs his business in partnership with Hannah Salazar, who owns Zaragoza Acres, actually found this horse with Hannah and alongside Jonah Allen as well. She was originally over in Germany and they didn't get to go and see her in person because it was during the year of coronavirus, so 2020, so they simply bought her off a video, had her vetted. And the rest, as they say, is history. Just, unfortunately, a couple of trot strides into that walk in the simple change and then just couldn't quite pick up the right canter lead. And you could see her getting a little bit upset. And Chris just sat very, very calmly. Accepted that he was going to lose marks on that and actually just got her back on side. Let's see what the second of these is going to be like. And actually gets it this time, but you could see very tense in the walk and the quality of those walk steps wasn't what we saw a little bit earlier on. Anticipating something was coming. She really takes the contact in that stretchy circle. Chris has given her a really sympathetic ride in this test because there's been a couple of moments where you felt like she was just getting a little bit worried if something wasn't quite going to plan. And he just held her hand, made sure that she finished full of confidence as well. Hopefully she has done.
Well done to
And
Chris Tyler
I'm
and
sure
Gina from the
will
United States
very
of
much
America.
come on for the
Vous avez
experience
raison d'applaudir ce
here as
couple
well.
venant des États-Unis, Chris Tyler et Montangina. Prochain cheval à entrer en piste, c'est pour l'Irlande, c'est MJH Zabayoni, monté par Paul McCarthy. C'est un Irish Sport Horse hongre par Zaval VDL et Viencara VDL par Acrobat.
So, Chris Talley and Gina, who took the road to Lyon a couple of years ago when they took the USCA Young Event Horse 5-year-old championship. And actually, how it works is that the horse that has the highest score from that USCA 5-year-old championship that is also qualified to compete here in Lyon receives the Holcamp Turner grant. And it's the first year in the history of the grant that the overall champion has been the recipient, which is really exciting.
This is Paul's first participation here at
Chris Talley and
Mondial.
Gina, 33.7 here in Lyon d'Angers.
He's vice champion by team and individual World Equestrian Games at Tryon in 2016. He participated in the World Championships at Platoni and the European Championships at Avon-Châtelet.
So, next to come forward is certainly one that could be influential on this leaderboard. Individual silver medalist, the team silver medalist from the World Championships in 2018. Porrick McCarthy for Ireland. Porrick comes forward with the MGH Zabayoni. He's actually bred by Porrick, by Zaval VDL. Porrick, alongside wife Lucy, run a very cool breeding programme from their base in Devon. MGH, the prefix, quite often one that you will see. For example, on MGH Grafton Street, the Defender Burley winner from 2019. There's plenty of other big names out there as well. This is a horse that they think an enormous amount of, is owned by Porrick alongside Di Brunston and Peter Cattell. Won the 2-star long format at Hartbury and actually was 8th at Cornbury in the young horse 3-star. Was also top 10 at Bergem in the 3-star back in July as well. So, Porrick McCarthy, MGH Zabayoni, what can they do here in Lyon? The penultimate combination of the day. Porrick, who was previously a show jumper. Actually, I think only started eventing something mad like 2014. Did his first international, I can tell you that, in 2013. So only 10 years ago. Unbelievably passionate about the breeding side of things. And he will get great pleasure from bringing a horse here that he has bred himself. Porrick's first visit to Lyon d'Angers, in fact. 8.77 for that simple change, which was nice. Isn't going to challenge the very top of the leaderboard, but anything sub 31, if you can even just improve your score by 0.1 or 0.2, it really changes your placing on the overall leaderboard. Just dropped a little bit behind the vertical, got a bit tight in the neck. Half pass to the left. Just want the contact to remain consistent. So the horse just took the extension rate of the rein there. And MGH Zabioni, Warwick McCarthy finishing their test for Ireland. So it should be in a top 25 position going forward to the cross country. Very much looking forward to seeing how the cross-country plays out.
Thank you,
It is still raining in Le Lion, just trying to work out what that weather is doing at the moment.
Last horse of the day,
Seeing the odd umbrella up, and certainly those stands have emptied out from earlier.
For Belgium, ridden by
Watch this space. So just one person left to come forward. And it is just the final combination for Belgium. Zanabiaka will be going down the centre line momentarily. 26 years of age.
C'est la première fois ici for Senna. Il a participé au championnat du monde à Pratoni et il est vainqueur à Sandion, Minderhout, Mille et Barocca d'Alva. This is Senna Verweg's first time here, so welcome to Montreal. He's participated
experience
in World
coming to your first Le Lion Danger.
Competitions such as Sandion, Minderhout,
Site
Mille
itself has
and
been here
Barocca
for
d'Alva.
many years. Hosted these World Championships for a long time, but actually the facilities themselves have changed significantly, particularly over the last sort of 3 or 4 years. The introduction of this all-weather surface has been massively influential and very popular among the riders as well. 30.9 MGH Zabioni and Warwick McCarthy into the top 20.
Pour préserver le terrain pour nos chevaux demain et veuillez ne pas tripoter les obstacles s'il vous plaît. Maintenant, the results for Warwick McCarthy, MGH Zabioni. For Ireland, judge at E 69.29, judge at C 66.67, judge at M 79.43.
So, the final rider of the day, Zanabiaka and Controversy van Trontingen Z.
Les résultats de notre coupe irlandaise.
Senna, who actually came through the junior young rider ranks for Belgium. His father Chris actually represented Belgium at the 1998 World Equestrian Games in Rome and lots of other European championships as well. His sister also a very good event rider, so very much in his family. Went to Pratoni for the World Championships last year. For Belgium actually rode Google van Olsingen, his top ride there. Controversy van Trontingen, bred by Tom Hansen, by Korne Obolensky. Still owned by Tom. Actually was 6th in Verigam in the young horse 3-star back in August. Clear cross country in Varsveld as well. special for Senna to be back at the World Championships in Protoni last year, where his father represented the country as well. Just some 21 years earlier, maybe even a little longer. Just unfortunately a little inconsistent in the contact. Lovely and square behind. Extended walk, the extension of the frame. Want to see good over track. Also really seeking the contact forwards. Nicely through that simple change. And again, just getting a little bit against the contact, and unfortunately then picked up the wrong canter strike off away from that simple change as well. Actually settled more in the contact just at the end of that trot work after the half pass. Comes into the final halt. So Senna Controversy van Trontingem, the last go in this 7-year-old division, have completed their test. Not going to challenge the lead, which means that France are going to be in the driving seat going forward to the cross country tomorrow, because Nicolas Touzon 23.5 is the score to beat. We'll look at that leaderboard, I'm sure, in just a second. But first of all, let's remind ourselves of the 6-year-old division, which will be heading out on the cross-country at 10 o'clock local time tomorrow morning over Pierre Michelet's cross-country track. And it is Molly Summerland and Mojo who lead the way on 25.1. Ahead of Izzy Taylor, Barrington Alice, 26.1 in second. Kitty King Cantango completing the podium in the individual bronze medal position at the moment. Joanna Mahler and Amanda Goldsbury rounding out the top 5 in the 6-year-olds. But in this 7-year-old class, Nicolas Tuzon and Gauguin Dubuisson, 23.5 is the score that has not been caught. 38.1, Seneviaca Controversy van Trontingen, and they go into 64th place on the leaderboard. But it is Nicolas Tuzon who is out in front at 23.5, with Gauguin Dubuisson ahead of in equal second Alexander Bragg and Keith Lovelock's Masterclass on 26.0, and then Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer, Cairado Darville also on a score of 26.0. So then Max Warburton, United 36.28.1.
So the results from our last rider from
in fourth, and Thomas Carlyle, Golden de Belliard, 28.3 in fifth. Steve Nicolas gives us the third French flag in the top 6. Ravieux de la Moulin, 28.7. A little bit further on down the order, Harry Mead sits inside the top 10 with Amero Island. They had the worst of the weather yesterday. We've seen Porrick McCarthy just a moment or so ago go into the top 20 with MGH Zabioni, and Alexis Gurry, Gulliver Delhomme rounding out the top 30 at the moment. 2 for Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer inside the top 25, it should be said. As we go a little bit further on, and you can see just how unbelievably tight these scores are. Seconds in the cross-country, one pole in the show jumping is going to make a massive, massive amount of difference. So, what a couple of days we have enjoyed with the dressage here in Le Lion d'Angers, and of course plenty more to bring you with the cross-country phase tomorrow. Pierre Michelet, the course designer, the 6-year-olds will be heading out on course first from 10 o'clock local time, the 7-year-olds from 1 o'clock local time. We do hope that you will tune in and join us. It is going to be a brilliant cross-country day in Le Lion d'Angers. But for now, a big thank you for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow 10 o'clock local time. Set your alarms.
Pour le Danemark, nous avons Peter Flab, montant H, Carol Z à 29,3. À la 10e place pour la Grande-Bretagne, nous avons Harry Mead, montant Anion Island à 29,2. In 10th place from Great Britain, Harry Mead riding Amira Islands on 29.2. In 8th place tied, we've got Arne Bergendan from Germany riding Bronco 487, and Livia E.A. Old, ridden by Rebecca Johanna Gerken. They're both on 29.1. À la 8e place ex aequo, nous avons pour l'Allemagne les deux. Nous avons Arne Bergendal montant Bronco 487 et Rebecca Johanna Gerken montant Livia E-A-O-L-D. Les deux sont à 29,1. Lying 7th, we've got from Great Britain, Caroline Harris, Cooley Mosstown on 28.9. À la 7e place, nous retrouvons pour la Grande-Bretagne Caroline Harris montant Cooley Mosstown 28,9. À la 6e place, pour la France, Astier Nicolas avec Gravure de la Mouline à 28,7. From France in 6th place, Astier Nicolas riding Gravure de la Mouline at 28.7. Equally from France in 5th place, we've got Tom Carlyle riding Golden de Belliard on 28.3. La 5e place pour la France aussi, nous avons Thomas Carlyle montant Golden de Belliard à 28,3. À la 4e place pour la Grande-Bretagne, Max Warburton montant United 36. 28,1. So lying in 4th from Great Britain, we find Max Warburton riding United 36 on 28.1. In 2nd place, tied, we've got Lara de Liederkerke-Meyer from Belgium riding Cairado Darville on 26, and Alexander Bragg from Great Britain riding Masterclass equally on 26. Alors, deuxième ex-aequo, nous avons pour la Belgique Lara de Liederkirk-Meyer, montant Chiarado d'Arville, et Alexander Bragg de la Grande-Bretagne, montant Masterclass à 26. Et en tête, notre Nicolas Touzin pour la France, montant Gauguin de Busson à 23,5. And the leader of this 7-year-old World Championship eventing competition is Nicolas Touzin, riding Gauguin de Busson on 23.5. So just some other information, if I can share with you all. Téléchargez l'app Horse Republic pour consulter toutes les informations sur le mondial du Lion d'Angers en direct. Programme, animation, horaire, résultats et live streaming. Faites comme 134 000 cavaliers et téléchargez l'application mobile numéro 1 des sports équestres. Vous y trouverez toutes les infos sur le mondial du Lion d'Angers en un clic. Pensez à donner un avis sur ce concours afin d'aider les organisateurs du mondial du Lion d'Angers à s'améliorer ou tout simplement pour leur dire bravo, et c'est bien mérité. Le live streaming des épreuves est retrouvé sur l'app Horse Republic. So you guys can download the official Horse Republic app and get live access to all the information about the Mondial du Lion d'Angers, the schedule, activities, timetable, results, and live streaming. Like 134,000 riders, download the #1 mobile application for equestrian sports. You'll find all the information about the Mondial du Lion d'Angers on one click. Give your feedback on this competition to help the organisers of the Mondial du Lion d'Angers improve, or simply to congratulate them, which is well deserved. The live streaming of this event is available on the official Horse Republic app. PSV Son, prestataire du Mondial du Lion depuis plus de 30 ans. PSV Son met à disposition des organisateurs du Mondial du Lion, comme de ses autres clients, tout son savoir-faire. Pour cela, grâce à son matériel de sonorisation Bose, PSV Son s'est créé une ambiance sonore propre à leur événement et selon leur goût et leurs attentes. Ce week-end, PSV Son sonorise la piste de dressage et de son obstacle, le cross, le village, les box. Rien ne vous échappera au niveau du son et ce qui est dit par les speakers, ce qui n'est pas toujours idéal, enfin.